every lottery ticket, every bet, and every spin is a system designed to protect you. Welcome to the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board, Uganda's watchdog for all things gaming. Established under the Lotteries and Gaming Act Cap 334 to regulate, monitor, and ensure integrity within Uganda's gaming industry. We license, regulate, and supervise lotteries, gaming, betting, and casinos. We enforce government policy, ensure operator compliance, handle complaints, and resolve disputes, promoting responsible gaming and protecting the public from harm. As the gaming world shifts to online platforms and virtual casinos, the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board is evolving too, ensuring safety, transparency, and fairness for everyone. So, next time you bet or buy a lottery ticket, whether in Kampala's busy arcades, Gulu's quiet corners, or even on your phone, remember, the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board has your back. Learn more at www.lgrb.go.ug or call 0800-285-800. Play smart, play safe. Together, let's build a responsible gaming culture in Uganda.
UNICAF is offering $1 million worth of scholarships for you to study online at one of the leading providers of online quality higher education in Africa. Earn a British bachelor's or master's degree from one of UNICAF's partner universities, the University of East London, voted one of the best modern universities in the UK. Liverpool John Moores University, the fourth best university in the UK, according to the UniCompare Top 100 Universities rankings. The University of Suffolk, proudly boasting a 90% graduate employability rate. Apply now, join over 6.
Just searching, still deciding what am I watching. We are what? Unstoppable. We are what? Unstoppable. I'm at my business, enjoying success. Nachusa address, all our progress. We are what? Unstoppable. We are what? Unstoppable. But fast wait, with what internet? 4K HD, non-stop action. We are what? Unstoppable. We are what? Unstoppable. Jerry car. We are what? Unstoppable.
With you and MTN together, our progress is unstoppable.
We are what? Unstoppable.
Welcome home to entertainment, to Wi-Fi everywhere, to high-speed internet, to security, to first-class support. To convenience. Welcome home to MTN WakaNet, superior internet for every home. Visit www.mtn.co.ug/WakaNet. Welcome home together, we're unstoppable.
every lottery ticket, every bet, and every spin is a system designed to protect you. Welcome to the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board, Uganda's watchdog for all things gaming. Established under the Lotteries and Gaming Act Cap 334 to regulate, monitor, and ensure integrity within Uganda's gaming industry. We license, regulate, and supervise lotteries, gaming, betting, and casinos. We enforce government policy, ensure operator compliance, handle complaints, and resolve disputes, promoting responsible gaming and protecting the public from harm. As the gaming world shifts to online platforms and virtual casinos, the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board is evolving too, ensuring safety, transparency, and fairness for everyone. So, next time you bet or buy a lottery ticket, whether in Kampala's busy arcades, Gulu's quiet corners, or even on your phone, remember, the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board has your back. Learn more at www.lgrb.go.ug or call 0800 285 800. Play smart, play safe. Together, let's build a responsible gaming culture in Uganda.
UNICAF is offering $1 million worth of scholarships for you to study online at one of the leading providers of online quality higher education in Africa. Earn a British bachelor's or master's degree from one of UNICAF's partner universities, the University of East London, voted one of the best modern universities in the UK. Liverpool John Moores University, the fourth best university in the UK, according to the UniCompare Top 100 Universities rankings. The University of Suffolk, proudly boasting a 90% graduate employability rate. Apply now, join over 60,000 students from 170 countries around the world looking to improve their lives and careers. For more information, please contact us on our WhatsApp at 771 976 750.
Yep, that's me. Used to save my money in the mattress, in the kaboxi. Bury it, give it to madame, and in my socks. Oh well, everyone is saving for something. Something we need or desire, or for someone we love. Let me introduce you to the new NSSF Smart Life Flexi Plan, a better way to save. Save for your short-term and medium-term goals. Start today with as low as 5,000 shillings. Enjoy daily competitive returns on your savings, flexible saving durations and withdrawals, no exit penalties, and exit is at free will.
Introducing Smart Life Flexi, the better way to save. Sign up via the NSSF Go app or go to a branch near you to begin your savings journey. NSSF, a better life.
Imagine waking up to a dream where luxury meets tranquility. Welcome to Solana Lifestyle and Residences, a sanctuary of elegance where every detail is curated for your comfort. From impeccable security to serene garden pathways, Solana offers more than a home. it's a lifestyle. Now, your dream is within reach. Experience life at its finest. Buy your home today starting from just $142,000 US. Solana Lifestyle and Residences, now ready for occupancy. Live, work, play, and shop the Solana way.
Greetings from Abmac Associates. Abmac is a full-service law firm that specializes in project financing, oil and gas, tax law, mining, and other areas such as corporate law, as well as employment and immigration law. At Abmac, we believe that the future of the law is technology, and we have harnessed technology solutions in order to ensure that we are more efficient. We are proud sponsors of this event on digital transformation, and we congratulate the Uganda Law Society on organizing this Digital Transformation Festival. Thank you.
Still deciding what am I watching? We are what? Unstoppable. We are what? Unstoppable. I'm at my business, enjoying success. Nachusa address, all of our progress. We are what? Unstoppable. We are what? Unstoppable. That was to it. With what internet? 4K HD, non-stop action. We are what? Unstoppable. We are what? Unstoppable. Jerry car.
With you and MTN together, our progress is unstoppable.
We are what? Unstoppable!
Welcome home to entertainment. To Wi-Fi everywhere. To high-speed internet. To security. To first-class support. To convenience. Welcome home to MTN WakaNet, superior internet for every home. Visit www.mtn.co.ug/WakaNet. Welcome home. Together, we are unstoppable.
Every lottery ticket, every bet, and every spin is a system designed to protect you. Welcome to the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board, Uganda's watchdog for all things gaming. Established under the Lotteries and Gaming Act, Cap 334, to regulate, monitor, and ensure integrity within Uganda's gaming industry. We license, regulate, and supervise lotteries, gaming, betting, and casinos. We enforce government policy, ensure operator compliance, handle complaints, and resolve disputes, promoting responsible gaming and protecting the public from harm. As the gaming world shifts to online platforms and virtual casinos, the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board is evolving too, ensuring safety, transparency, and fairness for everyone. So, next time you bet or buy a lottery ticket, whether in Kampala's busy arcades, Gulu's quiet corners, or even on your phone, remember, the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board has your back. Learn more at www.lgrb.go.ug or call 0800 285 800. Play smart, play safe. Together, let's build a responsible gaming culture in Uganda.
UNICAF is offering $1 million worth of scholarships for you to study online at one of the leading providers of online quality higher education in Africa. Earn a British bachelor's or master's degree from one of UNICAF's partner universities, the University of East London, voted one of the best modern universities in the UK. Liverpool John Moores University, the fourth best university in the UK, according to the Unicompare Top 100 Universities rankings. The University of Suffolk, proudly boasting a 90% graduate employability rate. Apply now. Join over 60,000 students from 170 countries around the world looking to improve their lives and careers. For more information, please contact us on our WhatsApp at 771 976 750.
Yep, that's me. Used to save my money in the mattress, in the kaboxy. Vary it, give it to madame, and in my socks. Oh well, everyone is saving for something. Something we need or desire, or for someone we love. Let me introduce you to the new NSSF Smart Life Flexi Plan, a better way to save. Save for your short-term and medium-term goals. Start today with as low as 5,000 shillings. Enjoy daily competitive returns on your savings, flexible saving durations and withdrawals, no exit penalties, and exit is at free will.
Introducing Smart Life Flexi, the better way to save. Sign up via the NSSF Go app or go to a branch near you to begin your savings journey. NSSF, a better life.
Imagine waking up to a dream where luxury meets tranquility. Welcome to Solana Lifestyle and Residences, a sanctuary of elegance where every detail is curated for your comfort. From impeccable security to serene garden pathways, Solana offers more than a home. It's a lifestyle. Now, your dream is within reach. Experience life at its finest. Buy your home today starting from just $142,000 US. Solana Lifestyle and Residences, now ready for occupancy. Live, work, play, and shop the Solana way.
Greetings from Abmac Associates. Abmac is a full-service law firm that specializes in project financing, oil and gas, tax law, mining, and other areas such as corporate law, as well as employment and immigration law. At Abmac, we believe that the future of the law is technology, and we have harnessed technology solutions in order to ensure that we are more efficient. We are proud sponsors of this event on digital transformation, and we congratulate the Uganda Law Society on organizing this Digital Transformation Festival. Thank you.
Just searching, still deciding, what am I watching? We are what? Unstoppable! We are what? Unstoppable! I'm at my business. business enjoying success nachusa address olaba progress.
Microphone check.
With what internet 4K HD non-stop
Check
action.
1 2. Check 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 1 2.
MTN
Check
together.
1 2.
Progress is unstoppable.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to welcome you to the first ever inaugural Digital Transformation Festival in the history of the Uganda Law Society, held under the theme, A Radical Leap into the Digital Future of Justice. I am by the name Robert Benon Jurua. I am a litigation officer at the Uganda Law Society under the Rule of Law and Litigation Department. Without further ado, we are going to introduce the day in the name of the Lord by having an opening prayer, and thereafter we shall have the national anthem, and then we shall get to start the day. I'm going to call Miss Mary Goretti Nakamia to give us an opening prayer and usher the day into the name of the Lord. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May we humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of life today. We thank you for your mercy. We thank you for the Uganda Law Society. We thank you for the Radical New Bar, and we thank you for the leaders. And we thank you for this Digital Transformation Festival under the Radical New Bar. As we are here today, we pray that you bless the participants and the leaders with wisdom, knowledge, understanding, to guide us through innovation and be able to transform justice through digital transformation. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much. We are going to request that we all get standing to have the national anthem, as is the case. Thank you so much.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much. You can be seated. Once again, we would like to welcome you to this first ever inaugural Digital Transformation Festival that we are going to dub the Tech Fest in the history of the Uganda Law Society. That is courtesy of the Radical New Bar, held under the theme that we said, but would like for it to get into your minds, a radical leap into the digital future of justice. This moment, of course, marks a very historic milestone, not just for the Uganda Law Society, not necessarily for the Radical New Bar, but for the entire justice sector as we boldly step into the digital era, as we shall get to know over time, especially for the next 2 days, to experience what the Uganda Law Society, what the Radical New Bar has set for us to consume. One of the most elegant events as has already been stated by the Honorable Minister, he has compared this function to be even better designed than the judiciary. We don't want to take that for granted. Let's put our hands together for Uganda Society. Thank you so much. So this festival is grounded in the foundational principles of the Radical New Bar as the tenets in their inaugural campaign. If you all remember, very recently, hardly a year ago, on the 28th day of September 2024, the Radical New Bar was voted into power, but they also let the society and the members appreciate the tenets, and those were decolonization, democratization, demilitarization, and today's focus, the last one being digital transformation. The aim was very simple and yet powerful: to ensure great access of justice through intelligent use of technology, from digital processes to accessible court systems to innovative platforms. And ladies and gentlemen, we are just getting started. We would like to welcome all of you every once in a while, whoever is coming in and those that are just coming in. We're very honored, so honored to have you present here, for taking time to attend this event. For those that are physically present, we cannot thank you more, but also very importantly, and also to speak into that particular tenet of digital transformation, ladies and gentlemen, be you aware that we have a very, very large following online, courtesy of digital transformation. So we'd like to thank those that are following us online. We are aware that you're following us, and we thank you for making time in your places of comfort. Even those that are necessarily in places of comfort, those that are working, thank you for being together with us. Today, we would not have been here if it were not for the generous support of our partners and sponsors who have shared the vision with us and are helping to make this event possible. We would like to give very, very, very much gratitude to MTN Uganda Limited and MTN Momo. These are the sponsors through whom we are able to have this function as colorful as it is. MTN Uganda would like to thank Stanbic Bank, would like to thank Nation Media Group, would like to thank the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, would like to thank NSSF, would like to thank ABMAC Advocates, would like to thank the Vision Group, would like to thank Milima Security, Diamond Advocates, Bluebell Advocates, Uganda Gaming and Lotteries Board, UNICAF, and finally S&L Advocates. But guess what? This function would not have been if it were not for the participants. So would like to thank everybody in that regard. May we give ourselves a round of applause just to appreciate the magnitude of this function. Thank you so much. Without further ado, we are going to just run through a very sneak peek of the program for you to get to know what is going to happen. We're going to have opening remarks from a few dignitaries amongst us over here. We shall have a keynote address from a very dignified individual. We shall thereafter have a working break tea and a networking session, and thereafter we shall have breakout sessions. There are different rooms that we've hired over here. So at some time we shall break out and separate each other's presence. Some people will be allocated a particular room as we shall be guided, and they're going to be very provoking, thought-provoking discussions that are going to be had by different panelists, and that is going to be the crux of our presence here today. Without moving any further, before that, we are going to try as much as possible to keep time and make sure we serve you the best meal possible. I would like to take the honor to introduce our hosts for today, the ladies that are very distinguished and that are going to keep us in this room and for the function as we shall be seeing. We have three distinguished ladies, and I'm going to read very easily what they are all about. We shall request them to come to the front And thereafter, one of them will help us to introduce the next speaker. We have Miss Mary Goretti Nakamia, who is the managing partner, Melody Advocates Shireka. She is the CEO, Valid Wills, and Alive Legal Tech online platform that helps one effortlessly create a valid will. That is Miss Mary Nakamia. Round of applause. After that, we have an advocate of the High Court of Uganda passionate about excellence in the legal profession and advancing ethical practices in law and medicine. She earned her Bachelor of Laws degree from Uganda Christian University and went on to obtain her postgraduate diploma in legal practice from the Law Development Center. Currently, she is enhancing her expertise on the global stage, pursuing a prestigious certificate in bioethics, the law, the medicine and ethics of reproductive technologies and genetics from Harvard University. This specialized training reflects her keen interest in the intersection of law, science, and ethics, particularly in matters shaping the future of healthcare and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Miss Bandaru Diana. Yes, thank you. We're going to introduce straight away our chief guest, who is going to introduce the keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, may you welcome with me the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Chairman Norbert Mao. Thank you so much.
The Vice President of the Radical New Bar and your Executive Committee. Dear friends, I'm only here to introduce someone who is going to set the tone for this festival, which has attracted very distinguished people, including my teacher, Professor Sempebwa, who is in the house. Our keynote speaker is Ambassador Professor Bitange Ndemo, who is Kenya's ambassador to the Kingdom of Belgium and the European Union. He has a diverse career in academia, civil service, advisory roles, and entrepreneurship. He served as Permanent Secretary, Ministry of ICT for the Kenya government, and is Professor of Entrepreneurship at the University of Nairobi. He is also chair of the Kenya Distributed Ledgers and Artificial Intelligence Task Force, which developed the country's roadmap for emerging technologies. He has been an advisor and board member for various organizations, including MIT Artificial Intelligence Policy Forum. That's Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the USA, and the OECD on Artificial Intelligence and Blockchain. The keynote speaker is not just a commentator, he is a doer. We are honored that he does not just talk about digital transformation, he builds it. Professor Bitange Ndemo is not just an academic. I think the Radical New Bar picked on him because he's what we call a disruptor. He interferes with patterns. Because of that, he rose to the position that I've named. One of his biggest achievements was the transformation of M-Pesa from a dream into a continental revolution. While others are terrified by technology and they retreat from it, while others are mystified, our keynote speaker demystifies technology. When bureaucrats in Kenya resisted change, he hacked the system. He did it legally. He did not do it illegally. His work on digital governance and grassroots innovations has made him Africa's oracle of tech-powered justice. So today, as we stand at the crossroads of law and technology, there is no better guide than our keynote speaker, who is indeed a pioneer. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming, all the way from Brussels, Belgium, Professor Bitange Ndemo, to ignite our minds with his keynote titled, Why Justice Can No Longer Afford to be Analog. Let's welcome our keynote speaker.
Am I audible in Uganda?
Yes, Ambassador, you're very loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you.
Most welcome.
Honorable Minister for Justice, thank you for the introduction. I hope I get the video and share with my wife because she sometimes doesn't know what I did. Thank you for the invitation, the members of the Ugandan Bar. Thank you so much. This is revolutionary in the sense that we are able to because there are changes going on which are very significant, and we must pay attention. We have seen resistance to technology, and the people still resist as to what is happening today in virtually every profession. I thank you also because, as the minister said, when we were building the fiber optic, we decided to say that fiber should not have a border. We were doing that for the entire continent. Some countries used to charge landlocked countries almost $1 for every minute, and it made it very expensive. But we said East Africa must be free, and East Africa gave that experience to the entire Africa, that today countries like Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, they are able now to experience what everybody else is experiencing with the digital revolution. I'm going to speak about emerging technologies, especially AI and blockchain and the law in East Africa. We are about to see very, very significant changes, and whether you like it or not, the change would continue. I say this confidently, knowing that some of those who are working around ensuring that we succeed with Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the only way of our success is to change the kind of currencies that we use into what they call stablecoin, which is a blockchain coin, which has a lot of legal issues around it, but we have not begun to discuss that. So as an introduction, let me share this widely. Yes, I'll focus on AI and blockchain, what I call the most transformative or the most consequential technologies ever. And you would begin to see that what I've said is true. And then the integration, which is reshaping legal frameworks and presenting novel opportunities. They challenge traditional notions and regulation and societal norms. This is why we must begin to talk about this. Just last week, one city in the US decided to say that AI would write the police reports. And everybody went gaga saying, oh, there'll be bias, there'll be what, there'll be everything. But as we know, there is bias still with human beings. At least if you agree on the algorithm, how to train it, you can avoid such things. But these are many things that are going to come, but that doesn't mean that the legal profession would be affected. So the legal profession will be transformed, as I said. AI would automate complex tasks which enhance decision-making and drives innovation. Most of you who are lawyers know that our legal practice is dependent on precedents. You would see later that it's going to be much easier to match. Once you have the case, you match it and you get the precedences, and then things become much easier. Blockchain would ensure secure, transparent, and immutable record keeping. Ghana already has invested in the land registry to have those immutable records. In Kenya, we tried to do it with the electoral process. It didn't work because politicians didn't quite like it, that there will be too much transparency in that. For example, one of the areas that you are going to see come very quickly is validation of documents. In Kenya, for example, some politicians would come with certificates which don't exist, but still they go through because you are supposed to give the hard copies. What would happen is that the source, the universities and colleges and all accrediting agencies would be automated, and all that needs to be done is that the politicians would give consent that the records be accessed from the schools they claim to have gone to, and they come directly. This would eliminate a lot of fraud in such space. So there are new opportunities, smart contracts, AI-driven access to justice, which I'm going to discuss later. And of course, there will be challenges with respect to regulation, ethics, and privacy concerns. I say that up front, and we will discuss it. So the application of law, the application of AI in law, I said earlier, presidents, there are already apps out there, Ross Intelligence and Westlaw Edge. I think some of you may be using it. Natural language processing to quickly analyze the case law, statutes and legal precedents, helping lawyers to find relevant information more efficiently. Then contract review and analysis, there are tools actually, such as Kira Systems and Luminance. There are so many which can automatically review, highlight, and extract the key clauses from large volumes of contracts, reduce the time and the errors involved in manual contract analysis. You may ask, why do we shift to technology? From these two that I've mentioned here, it is to improve productivity. The work that we used to do, or we used to hire so many young people to do research and give you, would be reduced to just a few minutes, you have everything to go to court. And of course, you can now begin to, to predict based on several judgments. For example, AI systems can analyze past case outcomes and judicial decisions to predict the likely outcome of ongoing cases, assisting lawyers in case strategy and risk assessment. And AI can generate standard legal documents, which would be really helpful because some of these contracts, lawyers give them to their clerks to do, and then they sign. I'm not belittling lawyers because I'm going to highlight what areas lawyers would spend most of their time. And the technology does not mean that the legal profession is going to die. But on blockchain, I said smart contracts will be very helpful because it's not going to be easy, for example, for someone to steal land and have changed the title, and by the time you know everything is changed, you have to go to court. And of course, there is something that is arising, which is called AI-driven access to justice. It would use more artificial intelligence to help accessible, especially individuals and groups who may struggle to afford traditional legal services. And if you are smart enough, you can actually get information which can help to minimize the cost. The questions I think in your minds is that what would happen? Where would the revenue sources come from? As I said, once we are through with this, or we understand this, by automating legal tasks to reduce time and cost, it becomes very efficient. It will be more transparency, for example, and there will be justice, because if there is transparency, there is justice. You would have AI chatbots which make services more accessible, self-executing agreements to minimize disputes. Already that is happening with respect to so many online things where you sign online and you finish. And of course, when technology came and we had already developed the data protection law, sometimes it makes no meaning. I just did a paper recently on passive data migration in Africa. Even with data protection, we are not able to manage this. But with AI, we can be able to monitor who has taken the data and where they have taken it, to what kind of data was taken, and we begin to protect the people. So the challenges will be around regulation, because legislation lags behind technological advances. When we allowed M-Pesa to function, there was no legal framework. And then the then president asked what is going to happen. We said, let's just move on and see what happens. And of course, the banks were saying, oh, we are regulated. You are going to create a financial institution which is operating outside the law. But it was a completely different product, which we took risk and took to market. And today, people understand why we took the risk. There are ethical concerns. AI may perpetuate bias in decision-making. Bias comes from those who are writing the algorithm, and that is where we need to be very careful. Of course, privacy issues still we have, because as we moved from artificial intelligence to general intelligence, we may begin to have problems with respect to privacy, because people need the data to create new enterprises or stuff like that. So, of course, cyber threats which there are several vulnerabilities when data is decentralized or in decentralized systems. The legal recognition, already we accept this. So smart contracts, they challenge the existing laws, but they must exist, because when you sign up something online, by the time it goes to the lawyers and other things, it would negate the efficiencies that we get from acquiring things online. Cross-border global reach complicates jurisdiction. For example, what people don't know in our region, for example, a lot of trade between Kenya, for example, and Ethiopia. And you ask yourself how, because Ethiopia for a long time has not had Forex. But because of people using blockchain or the new currencies that are coming, crypto, they are able to pay to outside the country, like in the US, and then they will send back to Ethiopia the resources. It's a bit expensive, but we are able to conduct the business. And the fact that Kenya imports almost 300,000 tons of beans from Ethiopia and the wheat, nobody has ever asked how are the payments made, because they have not seen going through central bank and doing this. So trade is going on. We did a paper for ACFTA, and what we recommended is that we need to create a stable coin, which is a blockchain type, that we can be able now to trade between countries, and then we go to redeem it at some point or convert it into our local currencies. Those negotiations are going on, but people, the lawyers, the legal profession must begin to understand how they function. It's going to happen. It's happening, but it's going to happen formally. And that is why we were doing the roadmap for AI and blockchain in Kenya. We now have a paper. I think it's going to go to Parliament and begin to change things. It's going to happen. I mean, it's going to happen. If you've had in the US, for example, they are talking about central bank digital currencies. The only fear that maybe UK had was, for example, central bank would know where the sources of money came from and who gave who, because they are able to trace. That's what they call traceability. Is going to be easy. And that is not very comfortable in our part of the world because some of the money doesn't come in a normal way. I'm 100% sure that you understand what I'm talking about, which would be good for the country in the sense that you would be able to justify the source of the funding and what it was that you sold. And that is what would bring change in Africa. So the future roles of AI, the future roles of legal, I mean, while AI automates many routine tasks, I meant to say the future of law or legal roles in the age of AI, there is so much to be done. There's a huge list. Maybe I will send it to the chair, but I put some of the few things here. The lawyers will begin to do more complex, strategic, and human-centric aspects of legal work. Some of this is, you will now begin to look at the ethics, compliance, and regulatory guidance, technology oversight. I said, if you don't look at the algorithms, you would get garbage, which would impact on people, and also look at AI governance. There will be a lot of innovations around legal design, strategic legal advising, like companies and stuff. They will provide high-level strategic counsel to clients, helping them navigate complex legal landscapes to make informed business decisions and manage risk in an increasing regulated and a digital world. Digitalization is not going to stop. It's going to intensify. There's a video which I will send to the chairman talking about the geopolitics, the changes around geopolitics. We used to have bipolar. We shifted to unipolar, US dominating. Now the next is not going to be either unipolar or bipolar or multipolar. It's going to be technology, because social media is causing havoc. And that's why the two giants, US and China, are working towards dominating the space. Whoever dominates the social media will dominate the entire world, because they can be able to influence the entire world. And that is where the risk is. Africa should begin to think what we need to do in that space, because we have been, we've gone through when there was Soviet Union and US, then US was left alone and they misbehaved because it was alone. Now they are confronted with China, but we are consumers of what they produce. And this is where the lawyers would begin to work. Where did this come from? Is it relevant locally? Stuff like that. AI will do a lot of it, but it would require human beings in that space. So I wanted to just complete the presentation, and I think we discuss. That would be better. So AI and blockchain would offer efficiency, transparency, and access. They also pose significant regulatory, ethical, and practical challenges. So collaboration between legal professionals, regulators, and technologists will be essential going forward. We must balance innovation with protection of rights and societal interests. If we are not able to be in these discussions, we would be spectators, because there are people shaping this. And that's why I gave this example. I will send that video across, and you can watch at your own pace. And I think it touches on what is going to be, especially going forward. And if Africa wants to be at a space where they have voice, and Africa should, because we have a lot of young people. Africa, for example, is third after US, China, and Africa with respect to gaming. This gaming is not just gaming. There's a lot of stuff that is going on. That is why Saudi Arabia is investing so much, because they need a piece of influence in the entire world. So these are the things that are happening, and we need our lawyers to understand so that going forward, we feel protected by the legal profession in a much more knowledgeable way. So I would pause here. Hopefully there are some questions for discussions and looking forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We are grateful for that information. We appreciate you so much as our keynote speaker. May God bless you abundantly. Next, we invite our traditional dancers to give us some sort of entertainment. Enjoy.
Bebaliwa, bebaliwabo. Bebaliwa, bebaliwabo. Bebafe, abana bekawala. Bebaliwa, bebaliwabo. Bebafe, abana bekawala. Galongalo oluyimba lunyumire. Bebafe, abana bekawala. Tulabira. Bebaliwa, bebaliwabo. Abana bekawala tulabirawo galongalo oluyimba lunyumire bebafe abana bekawala gwe kona ku ngoma abasinyi betale bebafe nabekawala bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala tulabirawo bebaliwabo abana bekawala bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala galongalo abalungi betale bebafe abana bekawala bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala bebaliwabo abana bekawala bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala tulabi kusomera lya Good Times bebafe abana bekawala bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala nsebera obuganda bumaze okuterera olwaleero nsebera obuganda bumaze okuterera olwaleero bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala akalulu kaliwa bebafe abana bekawala bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala galongala abalungi abagalwa bebafe abana bekawala bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala galongala abazinyi betale bebafe abana bekawala bebaliwabo bebafe abana bekawala zogedde jango obulire bwe zogera labe engoma we zogera zogedde jango obulire bwe 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 zogera ogedde jango obulire bwe zogera jango obulire bwe zogera zogedde 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 jango obulire bwe zogera twabalamusa ffe nga bwe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa era ddela emirembe era ddela emirembe twabalamusa ffe nga bwe twalaba abagenyi galongala abazinyi abagalwa twabalamusa ffe nga bwe twalaba abagenyi era ddela emirembe ffe nga bwe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa zogedde jangu owulire bwe zogera zogedde jangu owulire bwe zogera ogedde jangu owulire bwe zogera zogedde jangu owulire bwe zogera zogedde jangu owulire bwe zogera zogedde jangu owulire bwe zogera amazina ogalabye akalulu zogedde jangu owulire bwe zogera zogedde jangu owulire bwe zogera zogedde jangu owulire bwe zogera twabalamusa ffe nga bwe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa era ddela emirembe era ddela emirembe twabalamusa ffe nga bwe twalaba abagenyi galongala abazinyi betale twabalamusa ffe nga bwe twalaba abagenyi era ddela emirembe nga bwe twalaba abagenyi twaba eladde mirembe twabalamusa ffe nga bwe twalaba abagenyi galongala abazinyi bagero twabalamusa ffe nga bwe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa eladde mirembe ffe nga bwe twalaba abagenyi mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula kale engalo ziruwa mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula abasinyi obalabye mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula abaana obalabye mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula Kyagulanyi kyangu waggulu mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula abaana obalabye mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula mwali omutanda omulabye Kyagulanyi Elijah akalulu kaliwa omwana omulabye sitasi engalo ziriwa bannange akalulu ka sitasi kaliwa oyo namagembe mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula tusiibula mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula 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 akalulu kaliwa mwali omutanda mwali nannyini nnyumba mwali alamula
Thank you so much. Good Times Primary School, Kawala. Thank you. Give them another round of applause. We are grateful. Good Times Kawala was with us, the Radical Newba, when we were celebrating the African child. So we are grateful for their continued support for the Radical Newba. May God bless you. Our keynote speaker is expecting some questions. I believe everyone in here and those people online were paying attention. Please type in your questions, or you can come up and ask the question, or type online so that you can receive the questions. He's ready in for the discussion. Anyone who has any question? Any question for the keynote speaker? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Joel. I'm Joel Basoga. I work with H&G Advocates. So I was very, very impressed by the keynote remarks, and I recognize the opportunity that blockchains present, especially when you consider stablecoins, but also there's been conversations about central banked digital currencies, and I think the Bank of Uganda last year released a paper, a consultation paper on that. My concerns or my comment, I'm not sure we could frame it as a question, is perhaps there are concerns about, for instance, anti-money laundering, the anonymity that blockchain technologies may present, especially if they're incorporated for finance or currencies, there's been a lot of criticisms raised in terms of they may then be able to facilitate, financing for illicit activities. I'd like to hear the comment of our keynote speaker on, does that risk, for instance, outweigh the opportunities that blockchain solutions may present for stablecoins and central banked digital currencies? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The technical team, please add the keynote speaker to answer to Advocate Joel Basoga's question. Thank you. Our keynote speaker is logging in, and I was requesting the audience and the participants to please ask more questions so that we can have all of them addressed at once. Any more questions? He has logged in. Thank you very much.
Maybe Joel can repeat the question. Our keynote speaker lost a signal. Kindly summarize it.
And make it brief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much once again for the opportunity. My name is Joel. Thank you for your remarks earlier. Very, very inspiring and very futuristic as expected. My concern or question or comment is in relation to the opportunities that blockchain systems present. I recognize that they may be able to facilitate currency development through stablecoins or central bank-backed digital currencies. However, there are concerns about the anonymity that these blockchain technologies present and how they may be used to facilitate illicit financing or financing of criminal activities. My question, therefore, is does that risk outweigh the opportunities that blockchain technologies, if incorporated in digital currencies, present? Thank you.
Thank you. There's another question. Ambassador, if we could request you to take the other so you can answer together, if it's well, please.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Tony Kire Galandi. I work with Diamond Advocates. My question is, Prof, data is a driver for innovation, but data has private concerns. Therefore, how can Uganda balance data privacy concerns with the need for open data to drive innovation? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Ambassador, you can take that if it's well with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The first question on blockchain, digital currencies and CBDC that are likely to take over from the current hard currencies that we have. Indeed, much of the literature we have is that it's going to be more transparent than it has ever been before. Actually, some of the opposition is coming from people who don't want that level of transparency. Because you can be able to trace payments from source to the end. Because what they are going to create is that every transaction would end up in central bank, and it would know this has moved from here to here, and back to this. And the fact that those records are there, which you follow, issues like corruption and other stuff may be dealt a big blow, because it's going to be very difficult for anyone to bribe someone in digital currencies when they are indeed traceable to the source. So we are yet to see, because the U.S. Reserve Bank, which initially refused, they are beginning to talk about those CBDCs. The British government had refused because members of parliament said that level of transparency was not necessary. So we are hoping that, for me, I look forward to seeing that, because it would save Africa more than any other part of the world. So the second question on data as a driver for innovation and the fact that there are risks. Yes, there are risks, but the kind of data we are talking about is not personal data. That needs to be protected. But the data around us, where it can be anonymized, and of course, we believe that people would follow ethics, especially in health, for example, where it can be anonymized and can be used to study some of the diseases that we have. It works. We were the first people to create Kenya Open Data, and indeed it helped. It helped because, for example, we enabled clinics to open the data, anonymize it, and what young people did was to collect that data on a daily basis, and they would send it to. Some of it would be sent to the headquarters. For example, if 100 people visited a health center and 99 reported that they had diarrhea, it was very easy to know that there is an outbreak of cholera or some kind of disease, and it doesn't need formal reporting for government to react to such. Everybody would see that there is a problem and it needs to be solved. So open data is very key to innovation, but we also need to make sure that it is anonymized before it's given or shared by other people. But that is easy said than done, because we have seen, for example, in the financial services, especially digital lending, where they use individual data to create credit scores and be able to give loans. People are celebrating about the fact that people are accessing loans without knowing the damage it causes when someone studies your behavior. So nobody quite understands how that is going to be balanced out, because, again, in Kenya, a lot of people who are borrowing to bet for betting purposes, the government had to intervene and actually deleted their debt from the people's records, getting into records that they cannot be given loans because they are defaulters. So it's a very complex area. The lenders need to know the borrower. They need to know the borrower's behavior, and that's why the cost of money will be cheaper to those others who are borrowing and repaying. But this is an area that we would need expertise from the legal side, from all kinds of services, and to make sure that we adhere to the data protection. The problem with the data protection from which we borrowed from Europe, it is not quite working very well in Africa. We still have gaps which needs to be dealt with.
All right, thank you so much, Ambassador. We have a question from one Ali Musenze asking about blockchain and smart contracts. How can blockchain technology and smart contracts be used to streamline legal processes, improve transparency, and reduce costs? Once again, how can blockchain technology and smart contracts be used to streamline legal processes, improve transparency, and reduce costs? Thank you.
Yes, I gave one example. The example I gave where the blockchain would help is validation of records. A lot of land theft, I don't know whether that's happening in Uganda, but it's happening heavily in Kenya, where people steal other people's land, or the people in the land service collude with people outside to steal land from citizens without their knowledge. What would happen is that because it requires the owner's consent for any transfer to happen, it may be very difficult for such activity to happen because of the requirements of those smart contracts, which may not require that you are there physically, but you have to give that consent. There is a lot of research that is going around how it would happen. For example, some countries are trying to make your own voice, that it is owned by you, that when you give consent, it can actually be validated it was you who did the same. But it's going to help with respect to documents for our academic, where, like I said, anybody who wants to validate that you actually went to Makerere University and got this qualification, they are able to do that because it is no longer the individual to supply, but Makerere would supply those qualifications without you even having seen those qualifications, meaning that what you do is that you will give consent that your records would be shared with so-and-so, and then the university would do that automatically, and then it's validated that it's coming from the correct source. That would change. You recall Tanzania, they had almost 10,000 of the civil servants, which the late Magufuli laid off because they had qualifications which didn't exist. It wouldn't exist if we had that technology in place. So these technologies are going to help going forward.
Thank you so much, our keynote speaker. We appreciate your great wisdom. We are really grateful. We appreciate you. A round of applause for the keynote speaker. I would like to recognize the presence of the Registrar General of URSB, Kaine Wishomasi. You're welcome. Next, I'm going to invite the chairperson for this Tech Fest. We appreciate everyone online. The reason why you see spaces is that most people are online because it's the Digital Transformation Festival. We thank you and we appreciate you for being part of us. I also recognize the presence of Honorable Justice Chirabwire. You're welcome. We appreciate your presence. Our chairperson, Mr. Tony Galandi Kire is the managing partner at Diamond Advocates, the leading technology, innovation, and intellectual property law department. He founded a Law Tech Associates and Consult, a company behind Legal AI Research Assistant and the AI Lawyer app, which connects lawyers to clients. He also advises on legal tech, startups, AI labs, and serves on the Ministry of Health Committee focused on the AI health policy. He holds a master's in institutional leadership and management from UMI, a postgraduate diploma in legal practice, and a law degree from Makerere University. Kire is a member of the Uganda Law Society, East African Law Society, Uganda Christian Lawyers Fraternity, and the Rotary Club, Kampala North. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the chairperson of this great digital festival, Mr. Tony Galandi Kire. Thank you very much. And as Mr. Tony Galandi is coming, please, we love to send our token of appreciation and great appreciation to the sponsors of this festival. We have MTN Uganda Limited, MTN Momo, we appreciate you, Stanbic Bank, Uganda Limited, Nation Media Group, that is the NTV here, URSB, we appreciate you, NSSF, we appreciate your great support, ABMAC Advocates, we are grateful, Vision Group, and we have Milima Security, and DM and DM Events. Thank you so much. Mr. Tony Galandi, we all await your presence here. As we wait for Mr. Tony Galandi, we appreciate everyone and all your presence. For the online people, please send in any questions that you would love to be answered by the keynote speakers or the people who are speaking so that they'll have them answered. Thank you so much. A round of applause as we welcome Mr. Tony Galandi. He's the face behind this, and we also have a showcase down at the tent. It's not going to be all about speeches, it's going to be a great day. Mr. Tony Galandi, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, the MC. The distinguished and celebrated keynote speaker, Professor Ndemo, the Honorable Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Norbert Mao, Chairman Mao, the Honorable Justice Kiriabwire, Senior Counsel Professor Sempebwa, the Registrar General, Rotarian Mase Kenawisho, the Vice President, the Council, and the most perpendicular President in absentia. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to appear before you. But most importantly, I want to thank you for being the disruption. Change naturally comes with resistance. Many of us, we even find a problem to shift from one side of the bed we have been using to the other. So naturally, change comes with resistance. But I'm glad that you have decided to partake the gospel of the Radical New Bar, which is transformation, digitalization, militarization, and to me, this is a step in the right direction. I will basically, my role is simple. That is to invite the people who are going to speak to us. But I also want to take this opportunity to thank my organizing committee, who without their support maybe wouldn't be here. I also want to take the opportunity to thank our sponsors, MTN Uganda, Stanbic Bank, Diamond Advocates, S&L Advocates, Abmac Advocates, Bellego, URCB, NSSF, UNICAF University. Without your support, maybe we wouldn't have made it this far. Ladies and gentlemen, the leap in the right direction has started. And the lawyer of the 1980 is not going to be the lawyer tomorrow. The lawyer, like I've already said, of 1980 probably was dealing with robbers who were breaking into banks using hammers and guns. Today, the lawyer today is dealing with a robber who is sitting in Panama Island with his PC and transferring money from Bank of Uganda to Tokyo, and maybe from Tokyo to Seychelles. And that's why the gospel of the radical new birth of digital transformation wouldn't have come at a better time than this. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, may I take this honor, first of all, to thank you for sparing time to come and be with us here, and also to thank our distinguished guests for honoring this invitation to come and speak to us. Our innovators, the tent down there is full packed with different innovators. So let me take this opportunity to invite the Vice President, the most perpendicular, Anthony Asimwe, to take us to the next station. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. You've also now become perpendicular at this rate. Our esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao. Allow me to stand on the protocol as has been laid out. And all the distinguished guests, members of the Uganda Law Society, and champions of justice. It is with profound gratitude and radical humility that I stand before you today to honor a visionary and relentless taskmaster, a benevolent beast, and the architect of Radical New Birth, President Isaac Chimaze Ssemakadde. From the moment President Ssemakadde was sworn in as President of Uganda Law Society on September the 28th, 2024, with a historic landslide, I must add that. It was a historic landslide mandate. He set an audacious course for our 69-year-old National Bar Association. In his very first address to a joint meeting of the Council and Secretariat staff, he issued a clarion call that still echoes in my heart. And this was his call. Vice President, I direct you to take charge of Secretariat and business continuity. for our 69-year-old National Bar Association. I will be singularly focused on manifesto implementation, which entails the risky and delicate execution of historic policy pivot, entrenching the 4 pillars of our R&B Vision 2060. And these 4 pillars are decolonization, demilitarization, democratization, and digital transformation. With those words, President Semakade entrusted me with a monumental responsibility to safeguarding the operations and continuity of our beloved institution, the Uganda Law Society. But he went further, confiding in me with a prophetic weight that I carry to this day. Tony, as he referred to me, I'm going to be a martyr. Do not cry for me. Do your job. Do this job in a perpendicular way. Hence, the way you refer to me as the most perpendicular president. And this was a focus on implementing the 4 Ds. He continued and told me that no matter what happens to me, stay on track. Do not digress. To me, those words were not just a directive. They were a covenant, a sacred charge to uphold the integrity and independence of the Radical New Bar, no matter the cost. Today, as we gather at this inaugural Digital Transformation Festival, we celebrate the 4th pillar of President Semakade's R&B Vision 2060, digital transformation, a cornerstone of his bold agenda to modernize and fortify the Uganda Law Society against the tides of authoritarianism and judicial overreach. For me, embracing this pillar to safeguard the independence of our bar under President Semakade's historic mandate has been the highest honor of my life. President Semakade's journey has been one of unrelenting courage in the face of persecution. For over a decade, he has endured state reprisals, denied licenses, unpaid compensations, smear campaigns, a contempt conviction in February 2025, and multiple arrest warrants, all for his fearless commitment to anti-corruption and human rights advocacy. His outspoken criticism of the Attorney General, the Director of Public Prosecutions, and other judicial officers sparked a vicious backlash. In November 2024, his remarks at a symposium exposing prosecutorial overreach led to private prosecutions and an international arrest warrant issued by Buganda Road Court in March 2025. On February 7, 2025, the Chief Justice banned him from addressing the new lawyer gathering, silencing his voice at a critical moment for judicial reform. A week later, Judge Musa Sekana convicted him in absentia of contempt for social media posts, sentencing him to 2 years in prison, a ruling definitely marred by procedural flaws and bias. On July, just recently, 7th, 2025, the Deputy Chief Justice delisted his appeal, prolonging his exile and signaling a calculated assault on dissent. Yet, President Semakade's resolve remains unbroken, even in exile, facing threats to his family's safety, financial ruin, and the specter of disbursement. He continues to champion the rule of law from wherever he is. His Radical New Bar platform, rooted in decolonization, demilitarization, democratization, and digital transformation, seeks to restore accountability to the legal system plagued by apathy among lawyers, judicial overreach, and political interference. His leadership has so far galvanized the ULS to challenge the Judicial Service Commission's exclusion of our representatives in judicial appointments and to demand habeas corpus for detained members, even as the judiciary stonewalls 4 of our pending appeals and a constitutional petition and application to halt operations of the 7th Judicial Service Commission. The prosecution of President Semakade is not just a personal attack. It's an assault on the soul of Ugandan's legal fraternity. In November 2024, state-aligned ULS council members attempted to expel us. I was also expelled, just so you may recall. And this was erroneous, though we swiftly suspended these opponents, sparking factional litigation. At the 24th Commonwealth Law Conference in Malta, which I attended with the President and the Deputy Chief Justice designate Dr. Flavian Nzeija, as he then was, that is about 3 months ago, our appeal for international intervention was met with calls for bar bench mediation. Well-intentioned, but insufficient. The Bar Council of England and Wales expressed readiness to facilitate such an initiative in case the state authorities of Uganda were genuinely committed to this process, but in vain. Today, we look to our chief guest, Honorable Minister Norbert Mao, to lead where others have fallen short, to rally national and international solidarity for President Semakade's safe return and the restoration of our bar's independence. That's our prayer, Honorable. This Digital Transformation Festival is more than a celebration of technology. It's a testament to President Semakade's vision of resilient, independent bar that leverages innovation to protect justice. Under his mandate, I, together with the Council, have worked tirelessly to ensure the Secretariat's continuity, harnessing digital tools to preserve our operations amidst relentless attacks. This festival is a beacon of hope, a platform to rally support for President Semakade's return and to amplify his call for a legal profession free from fear and interference. To this, I urge this Assembly to adopt a resolution condemning the persecution of Uganda's legal profession, demanding the restoration of President Semakade's appeal and the ULS 4 pending appeals as previously urged by the East Africa Law Society, our regional bar association to which we belong. Let us confront apathy and internal betrayals and mobilize ourselves and our international partners to ensure the ULS, under the Radical New Bar leadership of President Semakade, remains a vanguard for justice. By wholeheartedly standing with President Semakade, we can transform his exile and persecution into a catalyst for change, ensuring that Uganda's legal fraternity emerges stronger and the rule of law prevails. It is now my profound privilege to invite President Isaac Chimaze Semakade to deliver his remarks at this historic occasion, the inaugural Digital Transformation Festival. I thank you all.
Hello. Please confirm if I can be heard. No, I have to say.
Good morning, Mr. President. You can be heard, but there's so much echo in your background. Try to change environment.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Are you set?
Yeah. Please inform whoever is regulating this that I won't be using video because it's 4 a.m. where I am. And I don't have the facilities to join you with video, but I can join you with audio. Is that clear?
It is clear, Mr. President.
Yeah.
We can see you.
Yeah, and that's a violation of my privacy. I have instructed whoever is managing this to provide a video, a photograph.
Are you ready now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Norbert Mao, distinguished guests, representatives of the bench and of government in your various capacities, my colleagues in the Radical New Bar Governing Council, and members of the Uganda Law Society. Welcome to the inaugural Uganda Law Society Digital Transformation Festival. This, as the Vice President, the most perpendicular Vice President has said, is no ordinary gathering. It is a radical leap into the digital future of justice in accordance with the instructions that we gave to the Galandi Committee, out with the old and in with the bold. Over the next 2 days, we will immerse ourselves in a thrilling mashup of electrifying speeches, just like the three we've had so far. From our keynote speaker, straight from Brussels, Professor Bitange Ndemo, and before that, the thrilling introduction by Honorable Mao of our keynote speaker, and the delightful citation that I have received with great pride and gratitude from the most perpendicular Vice President. I am assured that we have engrossing showcases, and tomorrow in the evening there shall be a crescendo of celebration at a cocktail, gala, dinner, and Legal Innovations Award ceremony. Honorable Minister, please don't be taken in too much by the glitz and glamour of the Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort. We gather here as a banned entity under the cold shadow of reprisals for our unapologetic advocacy for an independent bar and judiciary. Pursuant to a court order pending review in the Court of Appeal, we are currently restrained from convening a general meeting. The court has declared that without the Attorney General and Solicitor General in our council, we lack authority to make binding resolutions, including convening general meetings. Furthermore, the court has passed decisions imposing a gag and a forced exile on the president of the Uganda Law Society, the head of the bar, significantly impacting the Uganda Law Society's operations and complicating bar-bench relations. Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, I report to you that the judiciary top management has manipulated cause listing authority in the High Court and in the Court of Appeal to execute a soft coup of the Uganda Law Society. The mandate we were given by the members in the last general meeting was toppled. by a series of conspiracies in which the judiciary was involved. We have to fight back to preserve the society's autonomy, to restore respect for the rule of law and the independence of professional organizations generally. Many are watching to see our reaction. We are the apex defender of civil liberties for all associations. And yet, as I said, we gather here today as a banned entity. We can't call this meeting a general meeting. It's a festival. We can only meet in festivals. At this juncture, your presence here, therefore, is an act of defiance. And I commend you highly for it. It's a rejection of prejudice, institutional prejudice, because there have been institutions that have even been blocking their members from coming actively. And we received this sort of feedback in the organization, and some members are appearing here half-heartedly. This is the report we have received from the organizing committee. We commend you and everybody in the Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort for joining us in a bold affirmation of fidelity to principle over power. I am exceedingly humbled to receive you and welcome you to the inaugural Take Fest. There shall be a time for mourning later, but right now let us celebrate our distinguished faculty, led by the two titans of digital transformation, Professor Bitange Ndemo from Kenya, who has joined us from Brussels, an African digital trailblazer whose vision continues to light the path forward. And our very own Professor Venasius Baria Mureva, who will join us tomorrow in yet another keynote. To domesticate these conversations, or to put it bluntly, to speak in vernacular what Professor Ndemo has spoken in English, or in technological terms that some of us may not have understood. The voices of these individuals and many in the faculty we have assembled for you will not only ignite the festival, but they will inspire us to conquer the digital frontier. Lawyers are afraid of numbers, including zeros and ones, and that is why we went to great lengths to invite them here. But still, many have stayed away because that is the nature of our relationship with technology. We are the only fossilized profession. We practice our law as fossils. A great bulk of our law is itself a colonial hangover. A great bulk of our legal culture is a colonial hangover. So we are fossils. And you can imagine our task as the Radical New Bar Governing Council to bring technology to a fossilized community of arrogant, apathetic professionals. It is no mean task. On Friday evening, however, we shall honor pioneers who have been doing this unenviable task of dragging fossils into the digital realm. Those who have done it for a lifetime, we shall honor them with Lifetime Achievement Awards. Of course, the two professors I've mentioned, but I can reveal here now and today that they shall be joined by Justice FMS Egonda Ntende, Justice Jeffrey Chiabwire, Justice retired Dr. Henry Peter Adonyo, and Justice Rosemary Bandeve. I think that's the name. Yes. And other judicial officers who have carried the torch. These are trailblazers who lit the path for a judiciary full of BBC, born before computer officers, judicial officers, urging them to embrace digital transformation. We are all aware of the results they have achieved, but are we aware of the dreams and shattered dreams, broken hopes that they carry? They will tell us in their speeches. And we shall get to learn this from the citations that have been prepared to support their achievement and recognition. I am privileged, therefore, to have shared unique mentorship moments with each of them, moments that shaped my resolve. I remember when I was president of the Makerere University Law Society some 20 years ago, we did have a colloquium on law and technology, and our consultations revealed almost the same names. I remember Justice FMS Egonda Ntende was with us. We picked his name off an archived reading list where he used to teach computer and the law at Makerere University. I think to master's students, and I think that had been removed from the undergraduate course. Professor Bayamnev was that the dean then at Faculty of ICT, and he joined us. Sim Katende, the late Professor J.M.N. Kakoza. It was quite an exciting panel, as you can imagine, and it is not it's not a coincidence, therefore, that we meet again like this. But beyond digital legacies, our honorees, especially from the judiciary service, stand out for being free speech icons. They embody the pinnacle of judicial character. They have not only defended and expanded liberty, but they have admirably abstained from abusing power when faced with criticism, even the most destructive and traumatizing kind. In the digital age, criticism is the oxygen of public discourse. And our honorees teach us how to handle it without bitterness or diminishing one's dignity. Their lives are a masterclass in resilience and principle. I invite you, all of you here, to join us for that tail-end segment of the festival known as the Gala Dinner and Legal Innovations Award ceremony. You are qualified to attend it. I hope I have marketed it enough. There are about, I've only mentioned about 4 or 5 judicial officers here, but that's because the rest are in what we call the lower bench, and I'm trying to be economical with space and time. But there are 12 more judicial officers, especially from the ULI and ECMIS units of the judiciary. We should not take these tools for granted. The fact that they are operational now is the result of the blood, the toil, the sweat, the tears, the banged tables of these named individuals. We have left no one out. Please come and celebrate them on Friday. I have been informed that Justice Chiragwire is present, and I do not take this lightly. Honorable Minister, salutations are also due to the Take First Organizing Committee led by the indomitable Tony Galandi, Kaya. These are young people, a group of 12. And I hope at some point they will be introduced, but we shall celebrate them also on Friday evening. They are busy now, not in one place. Their ingenuity, their entrepreneurial prowess, their fidelity to our Radical New Birth Vision 2060 have made this festival a reality. Tony and company, oh, I have 2 Tonys. Tony Galandi and company, you have stayed the course, sacrificing tirelessly to deliver Operation Blank Canvas. We wait to see whether by midnight on Friday, the result of Minds Blown would have been achieved. To my colleagues at Secretariat, led by the dynamic duo of the 2 Christines, CEO Christine Awori and Head of HR Christine Abwaka, your resilience under stress and your deft resolution of conflicts that have been simmering, throughout the organization is nothing short of heroic. A special shout out to the Members Affairs Department, which is squarely responsible for delivering this event, Miss Doreen Atukunda, Miss Margaret Babirie, and the relentless Ruth Julie Angom, who, for better or for worse, has been the gas pedal that I have relentlessly tortured to turn this chaos into an organized calendar. I am very grateful for your formidable discipline and professionalism. Many would have cracked and given up, but you have delivered this event. So to our IT team, led by Mr. Kenneth Isiko, Drake, and the head of comms, Adam Nwamanya, your brilliance fuels a digital revolution. You have delivered a digital event every week. This is your 31st digital event since we became leaders of the Radical New Bar Council. It was not known that you had these abilities. And I hope moving forward, you will now deliver 2 digital events or 3 digital events per week so that the bar takes its rightful place in national discourse. My colleagues in the Governing Council, the Hexagon, I celebrate you. I celebrate the leadership, the loyalty of our most perpendicular everywhere man, Vice President Tony Asimwe. Thank you for that heartfelt citation. Our debt-crushing treasurer, Arthur Isiko. We burden you a lot with all sorts of crazy bills. We thank you a lot for conducting the necessary gatekeeping and making miracles happen. I cannot forget our steadfast representatives from the regions, Mr. Egaru, Elder Egaru Emmanuel Omiat. I hope you can stand up. Please stand up. If you made the journey from Lira and you are in the room, please stand up and wave so that the minister can catch. You can catch the minister's eye. And the judicial recruiters, they should see you. Mr. Edmund Nanguru, our representative from the East. If you traveled from Mbale, please stand up and wave so that you can catch the minister's eye and that of judicial recruiters so that they can remember when the day comes. And Mr. Samuel Muhumuza, our representative council member representing that massive region known as Western Uganda. Please stand up, wave to the members, wave to the gathering so that you can catch the minister's eye and that of judicial recruiters so that they can remember when the day comes. Your leadership is the backbone of this Radical New Bar movement. Honorable Minister, there are 4 ladies that I would like to introduce to you as well. They're in charge of delivering this event. The festival co-hosts, 2 of them were introduced to you, Mary Goreti Nakamia and Miss Diana Banduru. I hope Miss Hilda Kamgisha is now in the room and she can also stand up so the minister can recognize her, as well as judicial recruiters. Miss Hilda Kamgisha registered apologies. She works for PwC and was required to attend to 2 masters at a go. And she has done that admirably, I believe, because she told me she would be on site and she would perform digitally for the other employer. She's a volunteer for the Tech Festival. She's on the committee. Alongside the coaches for this team, Coach Robert Jurua, I think you have already caught the minister's eye, but you can still stand up and wave. Ruth Julia Ngong, I don't know where you're hiding. Where is Ruth? Please, Ruth, if you are available, please come to the fore. Yes, come to the fore. Come to the fore. You deserve your flowers. It's very touching. Yes, Ruth. That's the future of the bar, and we are in the future. Your energy and charisma have made this festival unforgettable. Honorable Minister, I owe you a location. I am in a very small room in Toronto. Toronto is so expensive. The bar could not afford to put me in any of Toronto's hotels. So I'm in a Muzigo in Toronto. And I bring you greetings from my Muzigo in Toronto, where for the last 1 week, I have been attending the annual meeting of the American Bar Association. The highlight of the week was the passing of the gavel from the outgoing president, Bill Bay, to the incoming president, who is now on your screen, President Michelle Benker from Wisconsin. That's me right there, handing over compliments of the Radical New Bar to her, standing outside the Toronto Metro Convention Center, where she was installed as the incoming president of the American Bar Association. She gave a rousing speech whose words resonate deeply, given the waves of acrimony that are blowing across the legal landscape in America. She said, and I quote, "Knowing the path and registering some progress does not equate to the destination. Knowing the path and registering some progress does not equate to the destination." She made that statement in the context of the abolition of what they call DEI. The American Bar Association is being challenged by the White House, which has received the backing of the Supreme Court of America, of the United States, to abolish diversity, equality, and inclusion language. You know, and you can imagine that language is in its founding documents. So I think she was saying that the argument that DEI has run its course is invalid on its face, because knowing the path and registering some progress, like for her leading this institution, we learned from one of the luminaries that by 1969, that institution called the American Bar Association was entirely all full of only white men. Now, by 1969, it was full of only men and they were white. And now its president, as you can see, is a black lady. And there was another black lady who had spoken before her. So this is a very big conversation within the ABA and the American legal landscape. Under her leadership, she has vowed that the ABA will redouble its efforts to defend liberty, pursue justice, and advance the rule of law. We align with that mission here in Kampala as we forge our own path through our own difficulties. Honorable Minister, we are lucky that you're a lawyer, a member of the bar. But the bar has changed since you were part of the practicing set, because now you must attend cabinet and other assignments. You meet judges in conferences and not courtrooms. But let me tell you about the current bar. The majority of our members, and I mean 65%, don't remember a world without smartphones. Let me digress here. One of the candidates for the office of Chief Justice, of our nominee to the Judicial Service Commission, had a poster where he was holding a 1942 phone, literally. But there were members asking, what is our colleague holding there in that photo? Because they don't know. They thought they call it swag. They had no idea it was some form of decoration. So that's their normal. And it is the apt symbolism of this festival. We want to identify as much as possible with them, because they are the new bar. Our curriculum for this festival was curated by one of them, Advocate Joel Basoga. Please stand up so that you can catch the minister's eye, and vice versa. And Simon Ntegeka, is he there? Hilda Kamgisha, Hope, and all the Take First committee members who are in the room. Please stand up wherever you are and wave so that you can catch the eye of the Honorable Minister and judicial recruiters. It will be a long while before they remember. But anyway, stand up and wave wherever you are. Yes. So there is a curriculum they have designed themselves, of course, with the guy with the support, technical support of advisors like Advocate Paul Muchivi. Advocate Paul Muchivi, technical advisor to the Take First Committee, please come to the fore so that you can catch the minister's eye. I can't say judicial recruiters because you're running for the office of being a judicial recruiter of what we call human nature. So we urge you to resist complacence. We urge you to conquer shame. We urge you to conquer arrogance. Humble yourselves and learn at least 37 new skills over the course of these 2 days. I repeat, we urge you to resist complacence. We urge you to conquer shame. Walk into a booth, sit down, offer your phone, and be taught on how to optimize the many apps that you have. Let some apps be removed which you don't need so that you get apps that you need. Purchase new software that is on site. Don't be mean with your money. Borrow if you must and invest in yourself and in your office and in your career. Now, you won't get these many resources under one umbrella. Transformation journey. Our justice system is broken. And I say this with greatest of respect to those who have committed a lifetime to helping improve it. It is some consolation it is with some consolation to you, Prof. Justice Chiawire, and others, that I must register that our judicial system is riddled with digital ambiguity and institutional malice. It has a common sentiment among lawyers in gatherings like this is to count on their fingertips what they call good judges. And so surprisingly, we have consensus on them, but they don't exceed a handful. The majority fall into this digital doom and this institutional malice. My own situation is a stark case study. Since February the 20th, my application for a stay of execution in the High Court Civil Division has languished without a hearing date. On July 1st, at justice, and the Court of Appeal denies me access to justice. Last week, the Court of Appeal Registry rejected my application for stay of execution in that court, citing an administrative policy that flouts judicial independence. Apparently, a clerk or a registrar who doesn't even read what I have filed says that it's not fit for filing in this court. A decision which should be for a single judge. a single judge who I didn't get to meet. Yet I know that I've used my tax shillings to retain him or to be granted in the Court of Appeal, since the High Court has demonstrated unacceptable delay in hearing it. I received a very embarrassing letter from the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda telling me how he was endorsing and approving, especially advocates, where administrative power now trumps judicial power in this country, in the courtrooms. Justice Gadenya at the High Court, Criminal Division, mishandled my revision application to quash an Interpol arrest warrant. And in so doing, I also observed the same thing. Justice Gadenya used an administrative officer known as a registrar to obstruct me from addressing him with legal concerns on which I needed a decision from him. He instructed the registrar to grant me no access to him. And the registrar wrote saying, I am instructed to do only what Justice Gadenya has told me to do, whether you have cause or not. And I asked myself, what's going on here? I have filed a constitutional petition to report Justice Gadenya and his rape of a registrar. Because that's what it is. He raped the registrar, the poor, vulnerable doom. Yet for him, he uses the digital services to send me decisions on email, even when he hasn't had me. So on 2 occasions, he has denied me a hearing. I never addressed him on a recusal application. He denied me what we are having. He denied me this exchange, yet it was possible, even digitally. He denied me a hearing on the merits of a revision application, and yet he gave me his own opinions of it, without hearing what I had to say. I have put that before the Constitutional Court. But I speak as a person of some privilege. How about those who don't have that privilege? It is hard to cross the threshold in Uganda, an administrative threshold, just to get a hearing. Honorable Minister, while I've been away, I have been the subject of many smears arising from the weaponization of state agencies, police, State House Anti-Corruption, Office of the DPP, all of which is to undermine my mandate. And it's orchestrated by a lawyer we expelled from our council, in accordance with the law, by the way, and a decision the lawyer accepted and admitted, and as it challenged. I have sought relief from this malicious prosecution, malicious investigations from the office of the DPP, as indeed I am entitled to, and I've received no response. I have read the DPP standards. They say complaints shall be addressed within 1 week, but Semakad has received no response. For that inaction, I've also sued the DPP together with Justice Gadenya in the constitutional petition. With these issues, 2 reasons. Number 1, this persecution traces back to the Chief Justice's February 7th ban notice, which you vividly observed. He declared in no uncertain terms that I would never receive a fair hearing while he and his allies remain bruised by my criticism. You had him. And truly, you sent your comments through our vice president, and you came on 21st March. You came to our office and repeated your view of that conduct, which we appreciated. Therefore, Honorable Minister, the second concern is a call to you. While I've been away, I have heard you several times use my name to tout your peacemaker role. I would like you to update me on your progress. Because as far as I'm concerned, no steps have been taken, only escalation. As seen in the July delisting of my appeal, for ULS appeals, and continued weaponization of government against me. Are you powerless to act against all these things? I would like to know. Honorable Minister, therefore, as you participate in this festival, I remind you that the festival is not just a celebration, it's a rebellion against a broken system. We are going to immerse ourselves in a festival of ideas, but while you're here, I sought to give you some lessons, some testimonies, so that you can also join us in our fight for a judiciary that serves justice and not just power. I hope you learn some skills yourself before you leave. I'm sorry I've spoken for so long. I operate using both time zones. I must be awake when you're awake, and it's confusing sometimes and disorienting. But I thank you and let the festival begin. Thank you very much.
Wow. I don't know where to start, but wow, again. Very thought-provoking, very deep. Mr. President, thank you. You leave us speechless. You leave us wondering whether indeed what we are here for is not going to be achieved. But we also thank you, Mr. President, for the eloquence, for the courage, and for being straightforward. We thank you for your very, very kind remarks in regards to the flowers that have been given to the different individuals that have been made mention of. We are very disheartened by your predicament in court. We, as your subordinates who have been on the ground, the foot soldiers, you want to say, beginning with the most perpendicular Vice President, Anthony Asimwe, leading the charge, with the external counsel, Jude Biamukama, are more than confident that what we are trying to fight for, we have the blessing from you. Thank you so much for those thought-provoking remarks, for painting the future of the bar in which we are already, in your words. We can fully testify that your message has been duly received by the general membership, those physically present, and those that are online, the judicial recruiters, as you have said, that are already smiling, looking at their potential candidates, and of course the Honorable Minister, who you have sent a message, and he has identified with us. We must acknowledge, we don't take his presence here, and also on the 21st of March for granted. He has been so much behind the discussions, and we shall hope that every time that he comes, we can tweak him a little to move the pawns that are necessary to end our predicament under your leadership. While you were in your Muzigo, Mr. President, we are praying for you day and night. Because of your schedule, some of us are also not sleeping. We are very confident that whatever we do with you, at whatever instance it is, we are always learning. I have been a very, very, very beneficial student of yours, given your timing of leadership of the bar. Ladies and gentlemen, may we put our hands together for the President of the Uganda Law Society. It is with honor, after listening to the President of the Uganda Law Society, that I would like to invite the Vice President to invite the Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society, Anthony Yasimwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. And for all of you who are here with us, those following us online, and for the time you're sparing. Now, I want to believe all of us know him as one of the most exciting individuals. One outspoken person who doesn't mince words. He shares his independent views, whereas other people might choose to act not independent. He does so. And for those who might not know, he was the first person at the Legal Aid Clinic of Uganda Law Society, Gulu, where he was the legal officer, the process server, the admin, and the sweeper, the cleaner at the same time. I'm told he had to wake up every morning and clean office before he goes to court. And that's what makes him the darling of the Uganda Law Society. We all know his track record. And like you heard the president say, he has always been with us. Every time we do call upon him, he's available. And the time he was appointed in that office as the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the legal fraternity jubilated, because we all knew for a long time we had the right person, someone who is easily accessible, someone who is easily reachable, someone who is approachable and always available. May I take this singular honor to welcome our chief guest, the Right Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Norbert Mao. Let's clap harder until he gets here. I also like calling him Chairman, Chairman Mao.
Please, there was no need to stand up. The President of the Law Society and the Vice President, my Lord Justice Chiriabwire and my Professor Sempebwa, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to have been invited to this festival. I came late because as a loyal subject of the King of Buganda, I had to host the Kabaka's representative to my Gombolola, because we have been granted a date as the Gombolola of Makindye Sabagabo to participate in what is known as Oluwalo. Oluwalo is an opportunity for subjects of the king to show generosity, to donate, because the king has many efforts. People crowd in the palace, people who are sick, so they demand health services, they demand education, destitute students demand scholarships. So the culture of Luwalo is centuries old. Now, when the king's emissary comes to your home, you are not going to say, I have to go and address the Law Society. So I ask for forgiveness for coming late. Usually, when you are invited to speak, you have 3 speeches actually. The first one is the speech you prepare to deliver. The second one is the speech you actually deliver. And then the third one is the speech you wish you had delivered. So I hope that there will be very small gaps between the 3 speeches. I prepared the speech, but having listened to the president of the Law Society and having also listened to the vice president and also observed the environment, I don't think I will proceed with the speech I had prepared. So I'll speak from my heart, as I normally do. I'm here as Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. But before I became minister, I was someone. I was not picked from a garbage dump to come and be minister. I have a profile, I have a record, and I'm a member of the Uganda Law Society, and I've been on the role of advocate since 1994. I'm not among the prominent legal practitioners because I have another calling. My profession is the law, but my calling is politics. We live in a world which is now digital. And I want to ground what I'm going to tell you in terms of saying we need boundaries. Actually, we need boundaries in everything. If we don't have boundaries, even radicalism has to have boundaries. I believe generally in boundaries. I welcome the remarks of the president, and I want to assure him that I'm going to update him in private about my efforts, because I don't want to make a headline and distract the whole agenda of the festival. I don't want this festival to be about my efforts to build a shaky bridge between the bar and the bench. The good thing is that every member of the bench is from the bar. We have not yet reached a level where we just make anybody to be a judge. So, I'm an optimist. I'm from a part of Uganda where 95% of the people were living in IDP camps. And I used to tell them the war will end And they laughed at me and they said, young man, you don't know what you are talking about. We are going to die here. And I said, no, the war will end, because everything which has a beginning has an end. It is as simple as that. Only God has no beginning and no end. I'm from a part of Uganda where heads of households who used to take care of their families were now objects of charity. They would be picking maize seeds and seeds of beans from the ground, from World Food Program trucks. And I told them, you know what? The battlefields will become green fields again. And they told me it won't happen in our lifetime. But it has happened. The government which once rejected peace talks, remember I became, together with the Honorable Mara Tubo, the first to ever table a minority report in the Parliament of Uganda. So whether the voice of the radical new bar is a minority voice, it really doesn't matter. The question is the extent of truth in your radicalism. That's what matters most. History has shown that the truth, even if it is spoken by one person, like Galileo, eventually can emerge. So, musale pressure, as they say on the streets. Mr. President, sala pressure. Just stick to your truth. Stick to the truth. I was the most booed member of parliament, I think, in the history of Uganda. Every time I stood up to talk, everybody would want to shout me down, because it looks like everything I said was annoying the majority. When I would say, talk to Joseph Kony and the LRA, oh, please, sit down. You are a collaborator of the rebels and so on. And say, give amnesty to the rebels. Wow, they are cutting off people's ears and lips. How can you forgive them? But I insisted. And eventually, everything which was rejected, remember, the minority report was roundly rejected. But I'm alive and I'm here, and I can tell you that everything which was rejected has been implemented. First, there were peace talks. 2, the amnesty law was enacted. 3, Uganda opened an embassy in Khartoum. 4, the camps were closed. And 5, multipartyism was returned. Because we put in our minority report that we should stop having this so-called movement system and have a multi-party system of government. And even my friend said, no, why are you mixing politics with the suffering of the people in a war-afflicted area? And I said, no, the question of democracy is tied to peace. So if you really believe what you are saying, time will validate you. You don't need to be validated by powerful people. Like I said about Galileo, Galileo simply said, the sun doesn't move. It is the earth which moves around it. And then power was in the Vatican. So the Pope convened the meeting and issued an edict that, this man must renounce what he has said. They called it to recant. So they summoned him, said, can you recant? So power is not necessarily equal to truth, by the way. So Galileo said, well, you can even hang me, but the truth is it moves, but it moves. And so the earth continues to move. Not only does it move around the sun, it also on its own axis. The sun doesn't move. Now we take it for granted. So whatever sacrifices you are making, if indeed you are sacrificing for the truth, time will validate you. I want to now substantiate on my major thesis on the need for boundaries as we pursue digital transformation. The digital world is with us, and you can take it as a given. I think everybody here owns a mobile phone. I don't think there's anybody in this room who does not own a mobile phone. Of course, the inequality in the digital world exists. The developed countries have more advanced technology. And the reason why we are here, and the reason why the speech of the president and the vice president are important, is because technology is a form of power. Since you have made power your subject, and you organized yourselves and took the power of the Uganda Law Society, you disrupted the trends, you organized the campaign, and quietly orchestrated an uprising. It's also the same way that technology is being used even in the arena of politics. All of us now are paying attention to what technology can do. In Germany, there is a party which started as a digital group. It is called AfD, Alternative for Germany. They are now the number 3 biggest party. In the Gen Zs in Kenya are using technology, and there's no hiding from technology. You cannot arrest it. You can't shoot it because it is digital in nature. So since it is a form of power, it means that we must find a way of containing it. So I am arguing, therefore, that let us take advantage of the potential of this technology, but also let us create boundaries for it. I love literature, so I'll refer to literature. Why? Because I like to make my point in the simplest possible way. I'm not an AI expert, I'm not a tech expert, but we are now talking about the relationship between the established society and the new wave. I don't know how many of you have read Mary Shelley's book, Frankenstein. A brilliant doctor who was called Victor Frankenstein decided to create a new human being out of parts from dead bodies. And that being was a monster. And through what they describe in Mary Shelley's book as an unnatural spark, the thing came to life. Imagine a creature so huge, concocted out of parts of dead people. So, Dr. Frankenstein is horrified, and then he abandoned to your phone, and then you disconnect from the society. Those who are interested should read that book. The last one, I'm sure most of you have read, Golding's Lord of the Flies. In the Lord of the Flies, we are talking about the different passions that human beings have. It's basically about the nature of how you can move away from being human to being a savage, from being personal to being impersonal. I'm sure some of you now miss the days when you would go to the bank and you talk to a bank manager. Now you talk to the ATM. So the bank manager would say, oh, sorry, you don't have money, but we can give you an advance. The ATM has no such emotion. Even if you have a dying patient in the hospital, the ATM will simply say, sorry. And you look at this screen and you just shake your head and go. It doesn't exist. So, to further our theme of the need for power to have boundaries, we want political power to have boundaries, we want judicial power to have boundaries, legislative power to have boundaries. We also want technological power to have boundaries. That is really my main argument. I also think the Lord of the Flies is relevant to our debate because, in a way, the radical new bar ousted the so-called, you said, out with the old and in with the bold. The Professor Sempewas and so on are out. Now you have the bold, they are in. Now, in the Lord of the Flies, you have these kids who are stranded on an island. They are aged between 6 and 12. They are on their own. They are the bold. The old, and there's no adult. So, because of their plane which crashed, so eventually, they attempt to govern themselves. And some of the difficulties you have referred to, of internal rebellion and so on, are the efforts of the radical new bar to govern itself. Because the normal society where you have various generations is no longer there, because out with the old and in with the bold. Eventually, in that book, The Lord of the Flies, the situation descends into chaos and savagery. And then you have two forces emerging. I'm sure you all know the two main characters, Jack and Ralph. You have got, there's also another character, Piggy. Piggy is the voice of reason, he's intelligent, he advocates for morality and civility. And you have Ralph. Ralph wants order and democratic decision making. Those who have read the book, you remember, they had the conch, which you needed to hold in order to have audience. And then you have Jack. Jack represents violence and desire for power. That's what Jack stands for. And so the whole drama of that novel is these children who are trying to find a way of how to govern themselves. It's up to you in the radical new bar to tell us who Jack is, who Ralph is, and who Piggy is in your world where the old are out and the bold are in. It's a good thing to observe, and that's why some of us are not upset or even angry, because we have got to study it and understand it in order to engage with it. In fact, I feel sorry for those who have taken it too personal, even in the judiciary. There's no need for that, because you have created a microcosm of your own society. And does the radical bar believe that its own power should also be checked? Or its role is only to check other people's power, but its power shouldn't be checked. The president of the Law Society has said you do everything according to law, as it is. And I know some of the decisions you have taken have been controversial. For instance, expelling the Attorney General and Solicitor General, who are in the council by law. And that was actually one of the beginnings of some of the controversies. Now, the only body empowered to make law is the Parliament of Uganda. So, you are basically like somebody who is in a ship, because we are in this country called Uganda. We are in a ship, we are in the sea, and the ship is going, and then you are saying, me, I'm not going, and you're fighting in the ship, but the ship is moving with you. So the radical new bar must first of all understand the context in which it is operating. So do not be in the situation of the Lord of the Flies, because of the Lord of the Flies attempted to create their own world where these intrusive adults are not there anymore. And they realized that in a real world, you always need these breaks. Even in nature, God created rain, God created wind. Sometimes you feel like the crops are going to fall, but all those ensure that, the plants are strong, because the wind tests the plants and the weak ones are broken and things like that. In our villages where we grew up, as boys, we were never allowed to wear shirts. So by 6 a.m., you're out of the house, bare-chested. It was intended to prepare you for the life that you lived in the 60s and 70s. We did not have this warm clothing and so on. So I don't know when I first bathed with warm water in my life. It's something that the young people of today take for granted. It was always, very cold water, moreover from the stream. So the unchecked power anywhere. So please, Radical Bar, also accept that your power should be checked. I think that is a good point from where we can start relating. Of course, the courts need their power to be checked, because if a judge says your case cannot overtake other cases, it must queue up, I think that has got to be questioned. My personal view, which I've expressed to the judiciary, is that cases of the liberty of citizens must take priority over any other case. In fact, the first case of the day must be somebody who wants bail. Those should be the very first cases. And then I hear judges who listen to things of bail, then they say judgment will come after 2 weeks. A year one student knows the conditions for bail, what really qualifies somebody for bail. Then you hear these prosecutors fishing all around for reasons to oppose bail. Even when you bring sureties, then they say, my lord, they are in rented houses, so that's not a permanent place of abode. So if I'm renting a house, isn't that my permanent place of abode? So really the truth is, what kind of society do we want to build? That's the most important thing. And there is no need to even try to wield power. The judiciary is very powerful. There's no need for the judiciary to even do anything to prove that they are powerful. If you are a father and you tell your children, don't you know that I'm your father? Then really you are disqualifying yourself from being a father. The day I go to the Ministry of Justice and I say, don't you know that I'm the minister? That's the day really I'm useless. It must be obvious. They say a lion does not need to wear a name tag, that lion. In a lion with a name tag, that lion. If the lion is passing, everybody says, "Hail to the king." And that is it. It doesn't even need a procession. So, there is a need to really create that sense of balance. Let me close as follows. My final thoughts. It starts from another literary source. I'm sure many of you have read John Keats, the poet. He says, "Give thy kings law, leave not uncurbed the great." Everybody needs the rule of law, including the radical new bar. Everybody, otherwise you'll end up like Jack, the one I referred to in The Lord of the Flies. Listen to what Jack said. "Bollocks to the rules. We are strong. We hunt. If there is a beast, we'll hunt it down. We'll close in and beat and beat and beat." Now, we must move away from those extremes of Jack in order to protect the piggies of this world, the innocent, those who live in the ideal world. It is not necessary to silence the voices in the bar, because there are members of the bar who may think differently. You may also have to ask to what extent they are now silenced, because if you have ladies who come to express their views and you say stiletto lawyers, so these are stiletto lawyers, and so on and so forth. So democracy is a very tricky thing. It really cuts both ways. So I think the 4 key agenda items are important. We need to decolonize our bar and bench. That one I agree fully. And the president of Uganda, he is obsessed with only one case, Arab versus Amkeyo. That is the case that our president loves the most, and he says it is the one that made him to think that lawyers are not serious. You know that case very well, where Amkeyo's wife brings evidence that would convict Amkeyo. And Amkeyo said, "Well, the rules are here. This one is not a compellable witness. She cannot testify against me," because Amkeyo and the wife had a little disagreement, Amkeyo being a polygamist. I think he had paid more attention to the other ones. And so the one who was not receiving enough attention said, "Now I'm going to give evidence." So Amkeyo, armed with the law, which is colonial, says, "This is my wife." And the colonial authorities said, "This is not your wife. You are a polygamist. You just purchased her like something out of a market." So they said, "This is not marriage. This is a wife purchase," and so on. And so the tension between the colonial intentions and our African society continues. It is important that your rebellion against colonial tendencies in our laws be supported. That's the only way we can really be true instruments of liberation. Then you talk about democratization. It must apply also within the radical new bar. And I hope, since your members are the ones who vote you, it is up to them to bring the same litmus test and say, to what extent are you practicing what you are preaching? Because of your limited power and resources at your disposal, your capacity to abuse power is much less compared to the state. The state obviously can abuse power, and I have been very clear on limits of where power is abused. The other day, a Ugandan who is based in South Africa called Kayingo comes to Uganda, the airport, then he disappears. The next thing I hear, he has been taken back to South Africa. He's not even allowed to enter his country. He's received by security forces at the airport, and nobody knows where he is. We have been quietly making inquiries. Now, it is our duty to always say, you know, you have gone outside the boundary. My job and the job of the judiciary is the job of linesmen, to raise the flag. The linesman cannot go and catch the ball, but the linesman can always say, the ball has passed, please stop the game. It is as simple as that. So, every time the ball passes and the judiciary's flag is not up, then the judiciary has let down the country. If somebody who deserves bail, because that is no longer, that's now the judge telling the state that this person should not be in jail, they raise up the flag. So the boundaries applies to all of us. And so the agenda of democratization is very, very critical. We were pleased when the judiciary told the president plainly that we will continue giving bail according to the law. You know, our president wants a victim-centered criminal justice system. But there has got to be a balance. There is the interest of the victim. There are also the right to a fair trial of the accused person. And the standards are quite high. And then you have your other objective of digital transformation. That is why we are here today. I believe very strongly that a tech-driven bar can serve Uganda better. I'm very pleased by the objective which was ably declared by the Vice President, that the objective is to empower legal practitioners in a fast-changing tech world. Who knows what is going to be thrown at us next year? You now have the war in Ukraine, and Elon Musk can move his Starlink satellite system to drive internet and place it over Ukraine and guide Ukrainian missiles against Russia. So, when you talk about decolonization, look at the context of Africa. What is Africa's position? Indeed, the president of Uganda has been mocking the so-called traditional leaders. He said they were here wearing lion skin, elephants, that they are lions. Then the real lions armed with machine guns came and just chopped them up. And so on came and just overran them. By the time they came back together to unite, it was too late. They were just picked and exiled. So in the same way, it is you, the lawyers, and this is my recommendation for a way forward. I am willing to receive you and whoever you want in the room where we want to meet. We need to sit and find out how to guard our boundaries as Uganda, first and foremost. And then as Africa, we need that. Because technology is power. And sometimes those who have technology have a hidden agenda. And technology is not just this digital, but there's technology of genetics. When I grew up, you would get maize from a neighbor and plant it and it grows. Now the maize doesn't grow. You must go back to the seed company because we have failed to guard our boundaries. I was very proud of the president of Namibia who told off Bill Gates, because Bill Gates said he now has technology which can help young ladies who don't want to conceive to get an injection, and for 8 years they don't have to worry about conceiving. And then the president of Namibia said, by the way, you people are over 300 million. Here we are very few. If there's a right place for experimenting that drug, it's America, not Namibia. Actually, here we want people to have as many babies as possible. Now, that is leadership. It's your duty as an outcome of this festival to tell the government the way to go. Do not let the quarrels we are having distract you from your major role. You have a role as the Uganda Law Society, which is statutory, and that role is to give advice. Whether anybody disagrees with the advice or agrees with it, that is another matter. We are not going to make the relationship between the Uganda government and the Law Society and the judiciary and the Law Society about President Isaac Semakade. We cannot make that to be the defining feature of our relationship, because every time you meet, you elect a president. But if this agenda is indeed embraced by the Law Society, then nobody should think that they are fighting Semakade. They are fighting a tide. Like those who crucified Jesus, they thought it was about Jesus. They celebrated, but it wasn't about Jesus even. I told you the other day that Jesus was the most radical person ever to walk the earth. Those who are talking about radicalism, that was the greatest radical. First, part of your agenda has been community outreach. And if there's one attribute of the Radical New Bar, which I celebrate myself, is that community outreach. You have just come back from Karamoja, you were in West Nile. Jesus never had a church where people came and then he moved with a basket to collect money. He didn't. He went to the prostitutes. In fact, he spent most of his time with the sinners. If you knew that the one that is an outcast, he went to you. So, your agenda of community outreach is one of the best in Uganda. And I'm happy that you have brought our children from Kawala. I don't know which classes they are in. We'll talk about how we can go and continue inspiring them to become good citizens. So I want to salute you for that community outreach, because it is the most important aspect and it is the most relevant. The Law Society cannot be an ivory tower. You talked about my own role. I was appointed project advocate for Northern Uganda, having failed the interview for state attorney. So the recruiters didn't see me. But anyway, the reason why I failed was another thing. I have said it elsewhere. Having been a strike leader at Makerere University, I understand the way I was lecturing, the interviewing panel did not amuse them. And when I appeared at the ULS house, I told you the kind of people who did interviews those days. We had Engineer Zikusoka and Mrs. Kadu, very conservative people. So I failed the interview. So eventually I applied to be project advocate, and I think I was recruited because I was the only applicant. Nobody wanted to go to Gulu because there was a war. So, as I said before, there was really no interview. It was more of a counseling session. So, the then president of the Law Society, Justice Solomon Bossa, was simply counseling me that, Mr. Mao, don't be afraid to go to Gulu. We shall support you. We know things are tough there, but I've never had such a beautiful interview where you are sure you have got the job and you are only being mentally prepared to report for work. So I went there and set up the Uganda Law Society Northern Uganda Regional Office in Gulu. And we used to hold seminars, and we would just go to a school and bring out the school desks under a tree. I was the tireless facilitator. It is the participants who used to cook the food themselves. Sometimes I would look for a film and show. One of the most famous films was the one called Neri Hatched. So I was not issuing empty threats like the lawyers of today. Stand warned, you'll pay heavy costs and you'll suffer embarrassment and so on. I was not that kind of lawyer. If I really believe that my client has a case, I even draft the plaint and attach it and say it will be filed without any notice to you. Then you know that, this one has decided to go to court. So, how can you now promote ethics? You are now going to have lawyers who use AI to prepare submissions. Justice Chiriabwire is of the school that will read the judgment and go behind the counter. But there are likely to be judges who are just going to take it at face value. And AI, by the way, can even give you authorities that don't exist or authorities that are actually misapplied. So I hope we are going to be in a position to promote ethics. I want to thank you for your community outreach efforts. I know what you did in Nansana municipality. It is the most famous case of outreach. I want to thank you for your commitment to empower the lawyers. And I want to thank you for ensuring a more inclusive and accountable bar. Why? Your weekly briefing, we never had it. Because the leaders of the Law Society of those days were a nobility, which you overthrew. They were a nobility, a kind of ancient regime. They were the who is whos. I identify with you because I'm like you also. I also came out of nowhere and went and kicked out the powerful people in Gulu. It comes with a price. But you have also ensured that the bar is more inclusive. That's why you now have these young people parading all over here. Those days, it would be, representatives from the well-known law firms. They would be the ones taking the podium here. They come and talk. That is the inclusiveness. But the inclusiveness is not just about the people. The inclusiveness is about the agenda. Right now, all Ugandans are talking about the Law Society because you are talking about the things. Okay, let me put it the Acholi way. You are now scratching where Ugandans are itching. There's no better way. Sometimes because of social etiquette, you don't scratch the very part which is itching. It may not be socially acceptable. It may not be, you may be accused of lacking decorum because some parts are classified. So now you scratch your head in the hope that that part will feel this. So inclusiveness requires that you scratch where you are itching exactly. And that sometimes can offend, because there are some things that people don't want to be said. You know, again, compared to that analogy of the novel, The Lord of the Flies, your innocence actually is your greatest strength. No matter what anybody says about your radical new bar, I actually think maybe your innocence is part of the problem people have with you. You know, like children, I will at the risk of offending people, say an incident. So the king of our kingdom of Buganda was at a sports event, and somebody asked the king, "Are you not playing today?" And he said, "I have a little pain on my foot." There was a little kid who said, "Hey, magulu nyondo." You know, magulu nyondo means you have metal legs. So how can the metal legs be sick? So that innocence is what you people also are showing. So when you go to the judiciary, in your innocent way, you are saying things which senior lawyers can't say to the judges, because they are supposed to have decorum. For you, you are saying all those things. I hope you realize that in my speech, I have challenged you to have an internal microscope of your own organization. I hope I have challenged you to ensure that your agenda transcends your leadership team. That is when we'll know the agenda was actually important. John Garang died, but his agenda continued. I've already told you about Jesus. His agenda continued. So we must not make the agenda of the Radical New Bar about Isaac Semakadde. It must be about the Uganda Law Society. And I wish you good luck as you make your agenda more inclusive. In any case, you have declared that you are rebelling against stagnation. Now, sometimes it is difficult to draw a line between the issues you are fighting and the people who represent those issues. Then you are misunderstood as going personal. So you start naming some judges and so on. But it is up to you to realize that you have a constituency. And when you fail to achieve an agenda, then your constituency, even there is hope, the more. And that is why a reformist approach is what I would advocate for. There are many reforms that are possible. I want to assure you, from the Office of the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, I will always have a listening ear to you. I am part of those who are at the receiving end of your invectives, because I sit in the government which is accused of all these things. But there is no country where lawyers don't play an important role. The American Revolution was led by largely people who were lawyers. Indeed, some of the most prominent presidents in the beginning, like Jefferson, John Adams, Madison, all of them were lawyers. In Kenya, the Law Society of Kenya led the campaign for constitutional reforms in Kenya. They had a publication. So, if your agenda is right, you don't need to apologize about it. All that matters is not to fight against your own cause. For instance, by using language which scatters even your allies. I shouldn't be the one to lecture you on that, because I've also been accused of occasionally flame throwing. So it is not necessary. Also, you need to know that you have enough lawyers to champion these causes of yours. Some of the causes, you don't need to champion them yourself. Let me give you an example. When we had the peace talks in Juba, you know that I was suspected of being a sympathizer to the LRA. I was accused of being a collaborator. I had to give way to Honorable Betty Amonge to lead the community delegation in the Juba peace talks. Not that I was not capable, but I knew that by her being there, the powers that be would be more receptive. She would say the same things that I would have said, but if I were the one to say them, people would just object promptly. Those are called tactics. It is important to be tactical. So I diminished my capacity. So where you see that somebody championing your cause may not lead to a good reception, you bring the same member of the team who is probably more receptive to go and lead the church. That tactical maneuver helped us to achieve it in the peace process. In Parliament, there was a time when soldiers raped women in a village. I'm the one who had the information. We sat in a meeting of the Acholi parliamentary group and they said, Mao, if you stand up in Parliament to say that, nothing will happen. So we chose Mrs. Oduong Jen, supporter of President Museveni, NRM 311. She stood up on the floor of the House and talked about it. The House was quiet. Imagine if a Nobad Mao had been the one to stand up. No, you are always criticizing government, and so that case is on the Hansard, because the army used to say, you people don't report rebels, therefore you are supporting them. So they went and reported that we have seen them camped there. I think their intelligence was poor, so the rebels repulsed. And when they came back, the civilians were laughing at them, saying, you see, now you are fleeing. Now what about us? They were so upset. In the night, they went and started terrorizing the civilians. They carried out rape. Why the story was funny is that there was a man who was covering himself with the wife's gomesi. So they thought he was a woman. So they carried him to take him out to be raped, only to find that it is a fellow man. It's a true story. It is on the Hansard of, so men, don't cover yourself with your women's clothing in case such an incident occurs. The point is, we chose Mrs. Jane Oduong because sometimes the messenger and the message are one. That is just a tip from my years of experience. You may achieve more by being tactical, but also be strategic. The agenda should be articulated knowing that there are some good things that are happening in the judiciary. I didn't hear you acknowledging anything. The ECMIS is a good thing. Ministry of Justice now has something called EDOC, which is also improving how the Attorney General's chambers work. I look forward to you also acknowledging the transformation in the judiciary, which, if it is dovetailed with your own transformation, will improve the entire legal environment. So by talking as if nothing good is happening in the judiciary, and that pre-judgment should define your relationships, you have scored cases. Members of Law Society have scored victory in case of court-martial. I saw President Semakade thanking the Chief Justice. He was in some kind of waterfall, wearing a swimming costume, jumping up and down, very happy. Then the next thing, I saw this. I hope you take this advice in good faith. After all, the master of strategy, Sun Tzu, said, strategy without tactics is the longest route to victory. And then tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat. Please avoid being too tactical without that strategy, and being strategic without also being tactical. I thank you again for considering me worthy. I'm just shaky bridge between you and the people who you want to change. I don't want to discourage you from your agenda. And I don't mind. I have very difficult conversations, which I won't share here. I've had very difficult conversations with the AG over this matter. I've had very difficult conversations with the Chief Justice over this matter. But we have many people in the judiciary who can work for harmony. After all, this is not about them as individuals, and this is about your clients. So right now, Isaac Semakade is a client of these lawyers. So if there is equality before the law, then when the judge is listening to Isaac Semakade's case, they cannot have copies of newspaper reports where he has been throwing invectives against the judges. They must look at him and say, this is a citizen. I personally believe that as long as we have a right to answer your criticisms, we should not fear your criticisms. In the government of Uganda, there should be people intelligent enough to reason with you, or even out-reason. If somebody simply say, I'm going to jail you, then you have already defeated them. I'm not on the side of those who want to imprison critics, because we went to school, we can deal with your issues, and perhaps you can win some and we can lose some. The government of Uganda should be ready to accept where the Law Society is right, and the Law Society should also accept where the government is right. I thank you again most sincerely for giving me the opportunity to address you.
Thank you so much. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Minister, Honorable Mau, for delivering an inspiring and thought-provoking speech. Your wisdom has inspired us for this digital transformation to embrace technology with boundaries, empathy, and ethics. We thank you so much, and we are grateful for your presence and your wisdom today. We are going to have a small break, and we are going to have our next program, which shall be led by Bandiru of Bluebell Advocates. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good. At this point, we're going to the next part of ushering in the beginning of the festival with the breakout sessions. These are panels that have been selected very diligently, and I'll begin with introducing to you the Digital Justice on Demand, Tech Drivers, ADR, and ODR for Inclusive Access to Justice. This will be moderated by Ruth Mohawe, Technology Associate, S&L Advocate. A round of applause, please. The panelists for this will be Honorable Justice Geoffrey Chiriabwire, Justice of the Court of Appeal, Mr. David Kagwa, Chair, CI Arbitration Uganda, Mr. Patson Arinaitwe, Senior Partner, Signam Advocates. Round of applause, please. This panel shall be hosted here. This panel shall be hosted right here. The other panel, this. Thank you very much for that. So, the next panel is Cross Wires, Bridging Generational Perspectives on Legal Tech. The theme, under the theme, Tech Tensions, Learning Curves, Reserve Mentorship, and Common Ground between Senior and Young Lawyers. This is going to be moderated by Ms. Christine Namakika, Chairperson, Insurance Appeals Tribunal. The panelists shall be Mr. Moses J. Adrico, Managing Partner, Max Advocates, Professor Frederick Sempewa, Founding Partner, CATS, Mr. Alex Resida, Nangwala Resida and Company Advocates, and Ms. Miriam Atim, a Legal Associate at Max. These sessions are going to be running concurrently. The one I've just read out shall be hosted in the Royal Palms, just the room open opposite us. As you can see, up here, I'm joined by our lovely children from Good Times Primary School, Kawala. Before the speech comes, excuse me. So take the to him.
I think you have to ensure that if others have done it, why not? Will they come for us here and leave Kabroda and leave one?
Without any further ado,
for us, they also go for others. Yeah. So, members, they want us to take a position here. So, what is your take? So, it is.
My mic is off. My mic, all right. Without any further ado, I want to invite the minister to officially flag off the festival.
In the words of the president of Uganda Law Society, let the festival begin. Thank you.
A round of applause. We await a speech and presentation from Good Times Primary School, Kawala. Round of applause, everyone.
Our chief guest today, members of Uganda Law Society, other distinguished guests present, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. God is good, and all the time. To our Muslim brethren, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Keji Zoim, a pupil of Good Times Primary School, Kawala, and I'm in Primary 3. It is a great honor and pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, for having invited us to be part of this special festival of digital transformation. Since it is a platform for TechFest to unite tech hubs, digital entrepreneurs, marketers, and legal professionals to explore innovations shaping the future of justice. This groundbreaking festival marks the exciting rebrand of the traditional annual law conference under the theme of A Radical Leap into the Digital Justice here at Commonwealth Speak Resort Munyonyo. We are humble as Good Times to be part of this festival. Our chief guest and whoever is listening to me attentively, we request to focus more on women and children on domestic violence because it is strategic partnership that aims to establish suitable teams in Uganda. Those mothers and children are beaten up, denied shelter and food. To my surprise, nothing is usually done so as to apprehend those criminals. Sometimes I hear men singing that my wife is my property. And I fail to identify what is meant by calling a woman a property. Because they tend to come back and look at their wives as punching bags. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, it is high time you embrace our identity because we are the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you, our dear visitors, for listening to me attentively. For God and my country.
Ushingikirizo udatsigira ugerayo uzagerayo amahoro ngimana ngubwira Imana ishoboye ishoboza uwashobewe igahoza uwahogoye Imana ngubwira Imana ishoboye ishoboza uwashobewe igahoza uwahogoye inkuru nziza iri jambo ryiza inkuru nziza iri jambo ryiza impamvu nziza mu rugendo inkoni ibishingikirizo udatsigira ugerayo uzagerayo amahoro ngimana impamvu nziza mu rugendo inkoni ibishingikirizo udatsigira ugerayo uzagerayo amahoro ngimana Imana
Mama tugende, baby Philip tugende, Eddie Kenzo tugende, Mwana Africa, Barumba remix, come dance with us, let's do the dance, call everybody, yeah. Here is the party, yeah. Allez viens danser, danser, tu te fais moule, moule, viens me faire mousser, mousser, souris la viens se couler. Ma chérie de bouger, beauté africaine, mon ami ça va la peine. Mes friends we dance, mama we dance. Everybody, c'est le Mr. Baby P-Man. C'est un nouveau freestyle comme vous connaissez. Maguele pas, 1, 2, bah t'attraper ta go, tu fais ton malin. Maguele pas, 3, 4, bah attraper ton gars. Baby, à positionner, Eddie Kenzo position, tu connais, faut laisser la mélodie t'emporter. Kumule, 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 maman la kumule, 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 maman la kumule. Allez viens danser, danser, tu te démoule, moule, viens me démousser, souris la viens se kumule. Ma chérie de bouger, beauté africaine, mon ami ça va la peine. Mes friends we dance, mama we dance. Everybody, ma musique vous a pris en otage. Lève tes mains comme dans un braquage. Viens danser quel que soit ton âge. Les années passent mais je reste à la page. Si tu veux tu peux la paix, danser le cap à Beneke, bébé. Position le pied de Kita, maman. Je t'ai donné un macassa, cassa. Eddie Kenzo si papa, c'est pas ça, c'est cosa. Position penalty, kuba right, no pare puti, aïe. Chicolata commando, ave nambo bebio. Wana nyambebo, wende mo wana mbebo. Allez viens danser, danser, petit de bouger. We go, round every day, yeah. Danser, no fight, no war. One Africa, Masaka Yange, Uganda, we go. Friends we dance, mama we dance. Everybody, Balumba. Yeah. Connexion Abidjan Kampala. Balumba. Apprêtez-vous. Bientôt Mama Laka. En ensemble. Balumba.
tuti It's a koi dance a happy day. Koi it's a good day. You and me it's a holiday. Chigo machavu zananga kite. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right and turn around. It's a koi dance Uganda. Koi all over. It's a koi dance Uganda.
Wow, a round of applause for our energetic and very flexible children. Thank you so much for those dances. I have made sure to take notes because tomorrow at the gala, I might need some of those moves. All right, so thank you so much as you head off. Thank you so much. A round of applause. Those were weak claps because I know some of us can't even shake a bone in our bodies. Yes, so as earlier introduced, we've now taken off. The gala is official, the festival is officially on. The breakout sessions are ready. For those who want to remain in here, you can come a little bit closer. The others who are going to the Royal Palms for the panel discussion for crossed wires, it's just opposite us, right there. Then there is one panel I'd not introduced. Allow me to introduce to you the Crypto Clash and Compliance Frontiers, Crafting Legal Pathways in the Digital Currency Revolution. The moderator for this panel is Mr. Patrick Mugalula, Senior Associate at CATS. The panelist for this is Mr. Robert Chirunda, founding partner, Chirunda and Company Advocates. A round of applause. Yes. At this point, I would like to also, let me not forget, thank our sponsors, MTN Uganda and MTN Momo, Stanbic Bank, Nation Media Group, URSB, NSSF, Vision Group, Uganda Gaming and Lotteries Board. Thank you so much for standing with us. At this point, I will ask our moderator, Ruth Mohawe, to come on stage with her panel. Thank you.